Hi everyone, I am Tara, aka Spirit Mother, and I would like to welcome you all back to my channel on YouTube, Spirit to Spirit Teachings Going With Myself, on TikTok 1974 Non Soul, and I'm also live on my Facebook. If you're new to my channel, I always suggest or recommend and actually encourage people to read the description on my YouTube channel, Spirit to Spirit Teachings Going With Myself, to get a better understanding of what it is that I bring forward on my channels. Now, today I have it's titled Mental Health Addictions. And as I stated many other times, I use my own life experiences, but I've been like I scroll through TikTok to find out like what's kind of get a gist of what's going on in the world. And today, just not too long ago, because I wasn't planning to come in and do a live video today. However, I was watching TikTok and I seen this guy on there, and he was talking about these healing firms that Robert Kennedy Jr. or what have you was talking about with regards to mental health patients and people with addictions. And I was kind of listening to him, and I started like reading, but I'm going to go down that part of the rabbit hole with everyone else, okay? Because I suffered from addiction and I suffered from a lifelong history of mental health issues, where I was actually in the psychiatric unit a few times. So, like when he makes it like this thing is such a bad thing, and this is what they're going to do, and what have you. It's that part of just sit back for a minute and let's go over this together, right? Because what does he think a psychiatric unit is? Seriously, you could be in a psychiatric unit for like anywhere from a day. Some are in there their whole life, right? And it's that part of you need to take people as a society. We need to take a step back because of stigmatas that get put on to people who suffer from addiction or who suffer from mental health issues. Because mental health in society a lot of time it's taboo, and people with mental health issues a lot of time get pushed away, even by other family members, because they don't want to deal with it. And it's that part of you don't want to deal with it. You're actually creating more of a problem for that person, but also for the family unit as a whole, because you don't want to deal with it. And then you wonder why that person becomes more unstable within their mental health or what have you. I say everything is a spirit to spirit, and it's a spiritual health because it's that part on your spirit. You're seeking help, and other people are saying no. It's a taboo. You got to push it down. But when something comes up that is trying to help people outside of the pharmaceutical, then when somebody gets perturbed about that, my question is, are you wanting to help the people, or are you on the side of the pharmaceutical? And when you come out and you say about stuff, have you read the side effects of these medications? Have you experienced the side effects of the medications? And that's that part of, hey, dude, pure para respirar. Is it that I'm calling the guy out? No, what I'm doing is I'm bringing it forward, and I'm hoping that, he'll find this channel and he'll see things from a different perspective. Because the way a lot of things make things seem, like I don't agree with everything that Donald Trump or anybody else is doing for that matter right now. But do we need more healing places for people? You're freaking right we do. We need more healing places for people and less medication being pumped into the person because it's putting a Band-Aid on something. And I know when my channel gets stopped or when somebody comes in and tries to put things to a halt because the people coming in, that join and what have you, that stops. So it's that part of, you want to shut me up? Come shut me up, mother. Buto pure tare sido to puriam. Yakato purikyara sita no tuto prie. And the ones that want to stop you are the ones that, they're the ones that want to keep people doped up and in a state of anxiety and in a state of relying on something else other than being able to, self heal, because then you're able to connect with yourself. You're able to express how you feel. And there are people that don't want you doing that. And it's that part of, just look at me and say, well, too bad for you just because you can't work on yourself and you don't want to look at your own shit or you want to make a profit off me, go fuck yourself. It's that part. If you can't deal with your own shit, don't expect somebody else not to work through their own because you're incapable of doing it yourself. They say misery loves company. Well, hey, how about you take your misery and go be your own fucking company? Now, I'm gonna play this guy, okay? Because it says the Trump administration is planning to put people with mental health issues in camps. Is it camps? Because they're taking them out in a royal area where, in a royal area out around like nature and what have you, is actually therapeutic. Pardon me, would you like to say something? No, I just said, pardon me, would you like to say something? Okay. Um, when, when people get out in nature, they tend to be able to relax them because you get rid of all the background noises. Okay. And when you have these places, you're able to get outside. In the psychiatric unit that I was in, it's always in the hospital. And in the hospital, you can't get out anywhere. You have to wait a week or so before you can even get permission to go outside and get some fresh air. Seriously. So to this young fella, you may want to know what you're fucking talking about before you start spilling and knocking something down because you read it in fucking Vanity Fair. You might want to talk to people who have the experience or went through the experience themselves because it's not fucking easy. And we do need more people helping others that have gone through it. It's the peer support. And Robert Kennedy Jr. talks about peer support within this. But this guy, he's running his mouth off because he's seeing something. And everybody thinks that everything that they're doing on that side is all bad. There's some frivolous shit that they're doing, ridiculous shit, and creating war in different parts. But that doesn't mean that you're all doing the same thing. Okay? Whatever people say about Robert Kennedy Jr. or what have you. Okay, maybe he has a past, but don't you? Hmm. It's that part, at least he can talk, like he can admit to his addiction and see that, yes, you do want to get people off the streets out of addictions. You want to get people off the street who are going through psychiatric uh, being unstable. But what they're experiencing is they're experiencing something on a spiritual level, and they need that healing. It's like, dude, you know, I don't refer to the Bible a lot, but didn't it say that Jesus was exorcising demons? Well, the demons were the traumas that people go through, the addictions. And some people may not agree with me, and that's fine. You don't have to agree with me. But it's that part of, if you've experienced it and gone through it, then maybe you should have a little bit more of a heart and understand where it may actually be coming from. Because not everything is bad. It's people that make it seem like it's bad because of the way it's put out there by one tabloid or another, how it's put by one side or the other. My channel's a spirit to spirit. And when I speak in different ways or bring different things forward or what have you, that's to those spirits. And those spirits know who it is that I'm speaking with. So let's try you, dude. You want to throw shit at something that you probably don't even fucking understand. You're just running with the damn narrative that everybody else does because there's so much shit going on. So let's play this and stop the Backstreet Boys or NSYNC, whoever the heck they were. Okay, so bring you up full size, dude. The camps now. Donald Trump and his newly appointed whatever the fuck he is, they're putting the mentally ill in camps now. Donald Trump and his newly appointed whatever the fuck he is, RFK Jr., are going to put mentally ill people into camps. Are we not paying attention in America? Like, come on. RFK Jr. goes after widely used antidepressants, claiming they can be a threat to Americans. This is a report from the Vanity Fair. Shout out to Under the Best News, who broke this first. Okay. I will be honest. Do I agree with RF Kennedy Jr. or what have you with regards to antidepressants, of how they are causing probably in other cases more harm than helping people? Well, anybody that I've ever spoke to, or including myself, that has gone through it, all antidepressants has ever done was put a temporary banding on stuff, and the person remains on the antidepressant for the rest of for long periods of time, which people aren't supposed to be on antidepressants for long periods of time. So if you might want to do, you're fucking looking into it. Antidepressants were never meant for somebody to be on full time. And then they take and you end up overdosed on them. So do I agree with RF Kennedy Jr., what have you, with regards to antidepressants? In many cases, yes, I do. Can it be a stepping stone to help people to get to where they need to be? It can, but only to a certain degree. If you only take and give the person the medication and say, here, go off on your merry little way. We're not going to tell you the side effects. We're not gonna tell you this. You gotta remember, you gotta tell us what you're on, but they're the fucking doctor, and if they're the doctor, they're your doctor, so they're supposed to know. They're supposed to know what's right for the patient. They're supposed to know what other drugs counteract with it. But, you go in, "Oh, I like, I'm feeling a little depressed right now." "Oh, well, here, take this pill." You go to a go for a psychiatric help or what have you, you're told, "Oh, well, you need to go to a psychiatrist because the psychiatrist has to do an assessment on you to find out where your mental health is, and so that they can give you a prescription." Do people like me for bringing this forward? There's probably some that don't, but it's that part of I just said that medication, you're not supposed to be on medication your whole life. Some people say there's certain things you have to be on. No, there's certain ways of helping the patient without them being on medication. And a lot of time it has to do with your diet and exercise. Your physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual health is what puts the toll on your body. You don't have to be a psychologist. You don't have to have a university degree to fucking know that. It's called common sense and logic. So that dude can do the same sign that Donald Trump or anybody else does. It's like, "Tuvikiera potoriamos su tutorieta." You know, I've said I'm here to exercise people's demons. And when I say I'm here to exercise people's demons, I'm here to help you bring out those traumas. Okay? You're the only one that can do the work. I can talk and just ask the questions that need to be asked in order to dig that out of there and help you to see it and look at it without feeling like you have that judgment. But he's reading Vanity Fair. You have the far left, the far right, and what have you. Okay? It's that part of looking and being able to see the bigger picture instead of the gossip on one side and the other, or the shit show shit slinging. Gela po tukuleata. Esta to puro gina uri eto worsti di ay. There's I went to here to church here back a year or so ago, and I went in there and praying for this guy because this guy was getting ready to go to a place. He already knew that he'd be there for a year because he had to deal with like the mental health aspect of it. He had to deal with the addiction aspect of it, and many other things. But the way this guy is making it sound is like these people are going to go in there and die. It's like, dude, why don't you have a look at the fucking prisons? Because the prisons actually need people in there that will actually take the time and actually hear the prisoners instead of looking at them like they're a fucking piece of shit garbage when they weren't to begin with. Society turned them into that in many cases. And it's true. People choose to do things, but it's those parts of what choices are they being given? instead of throwing them on a pill and throwing them in jail or throwing them in a psychiatric unit, why don't you do your fucking job and actually help them instead of worrying about a damn fucking paycheck of whether or not you're gonna have a paycheck every week because you actually help someone heal themselves because they let go of their shit trauma and they were able to look at their own traumas and see what created the problem for them because it's something that you begin to know and you get used to it. So, dude,
hours of taking the role, keeping these statements that they are viewed that a threat is posed by the widely prescribed SSRIs or selective serotonin uptake inhibitors like Zoloft, Lexapro, and Prozac.
Now, we're going to pause that. Dude, let's go to Prozac, which is fluoxetine. So, important warning. A small number of children, teenagers, and young adults who took antidepressants, such as fluoxetine, during clinical studies became suicidal. And then when you come down here, thinking about harming or killing oneself and planning or trying to do so. Well, wait a minute. That's why a lot of people go on antidepressants because they have suicidal thoughts or, tendencies or, have actually tried doing it. I tried doing it a few times. The most recent time was in 2020, and I was pretty fucking determined. And I was on antidepressants. I was on Keppra, and every one of those, and a strong antibiotic, and every fucking one of those was weight gain, suicidal tendencies, causing more harm to me than it was really benefiting me. You should know that your mental health may change in unexpected ways when you take fluoxetine or fluoxetine or other antidepressants, even if you are an adult over 25 years of age. You may become suicidal, especially at the beginning of your treatment, and any time that your dose is increased or decreased. Now, I know other people who are on antidepressants and, they're just walking zombies. They're just going through the motions of life and they're gaining shit piles of weight from it. So your self-esteem gets lowered, your sex drive gets lowered, everything lowers. Now, we'll go here. Let's go to what side effects can this medication cause? Fluoxetine may cause side effects. Tell your doctor if any of these symptoms are severe or do not go away. Nervousness, on antidepressants and what have you, because anxiousness, nervousness, anxiety, difficulty falling asleep or staying asleep. Holy shit. Is that what you went to the fucking doctor for? Because those were symptoms you were having? Nausea, diarrhea, dry mouth, heartburn, yawning, weakness, uncontrollable shaking of a part of the body, Ooh, loss of appetite, lost weight, unusual dreams, stuffy nose, sexual problems in males, decreased sex drive, inability to get or keep an erection, or delayed or absent erection. That's a big thing for men, because that is a big thing for men because it feels like it takes away from their masculinity. Sexual problems in females, decreased sex drive, or delayed orgasms, or unable to have an orgasm. That sexual that sexual connection within a relationship is actually considered a big thing within most relationships. Excessive sweating, headache, confusion, weakness, difficulty concentrating, or memory problems. Well, to that dude who thinks that any healing, it should it be called farm? No. I'd hate to be your family member. I would seriously hate to be your fucking family member because, you would have that person fucking doped up. As long as you could dope them up and it didn't make your life uncomfortable. Because that God forbid somebody like actually have a place to go where there's help, where they can actually get outside and enjoy nature and do things in nature. You would rather fucking say how bad it is and make it sound like it's this horrible fucking thing. Dude, I gotta ask, have you ever been in a prison? Have you ever been in a psychiatric unit? Are you on medication? Or do you want to just like spread stuff that's going to create more fear within a civilization or a population or what have you? Because you ain't got no fucking clue what you're talking about. Do I believe that mental health institutions should be in a fucking hospital? Fuck no. No, I don't. Because when you go in a mental health institution, it's just like being in a fucking prison. Except, you have a window to look out, but they can lock your door on you any fucking time and you might get out. They put you in there and you might get to talk to a doctor once a week. And then here, line up for your medication, bedtime, line up for your medication. Here, take your pill. People don't like me for this. Too fucking bad for you. I have to ask, are you part of the profit or do you want to be part of the solution? Some side effects can be serious. If you experience any of these following symptoms or those listed in the important warning or special precautions section, call your doctor immediately. Rash, hives, blisters, itching, fever, joint pain, swelling of face, throat, tongue, lips, eyes, hands, feet, ankles, or lower back or lower legs, difficulty breathing or swallowing. So this person, like, okay, if you had somebody that you know use help somebody with ayahuasca or mushrooms or what have you, because mushrooms actually help also with what is it called? When you get those constant headaches, next husband on the mushroom. This stuff with trained people who know what they're doing, they can actually help to break a cycle. Whereas these do not break a cycle; they just numb you. Because with the medicinal, it can actually help to bring that actual breakthrough within the brain. You can do all these testing. It's like, yeah, use them as a fucking lab rat, right? There's actual natural remedies for everything, and I actually have the books with them. I don't take medication. Sometimes I use CBD, and because sometimes I just need that bit of relax. I can go into the meditative state, but sometimes it's just that to be able to, it doesn't go to the head. It actually goes to where it's needed in the body, and they actually are finding out with regards to seizures in infants. They're using CBD to help break those seizures. But people say, "Oh well, oh, weed. You're using weed. You're using you're you're using the devil stuff." No, it's not, because it's called cannabis in the Bible. Itching, fever, joint pain, swelling of the okay, difficulty breathing or swallowing, agitation, fever, sweating, confusion, fast or irregular heartbeat, shivering, severe muscle stiffness or twitching, hallucinations, loss of coordination, nausea, vomiting, or diarrhea. It is a head scratcher. Fast, slow, or irregular heartbeat, shortness of breath, dizziness, or fainting, seizures. Have any have dude? Have you ever had a seizure? Seriously, have you ever had a seizure? There's different forms of seizure. But dude, have you ever had a seizure? Seriously, I have. That's why I was on Kepler. So my seizures weren't violent ones. My seizures actually shut down my brain, where I could still feel everything, but I couldn't respond to them, even when they inflicted immense amounts of fucking pain on me to the point where they fucking hurt my skin right here, and I was spitting up blood. When people go through events like this, they're going to have mental health issues, and people need to be able to talk about it. But it's a taboo where a lot of people don't want to talk about it. And if like it's that part of, dude, Trump baby forever, go fucking suck up to Trump's ass. Please do. And let me see your fucking brown nose later. It's like I feel for you. Because if you idolize somebody like that, then, go be his mega buddy. Don't forget to get on your knees later. Shortness of breath, dizziness or fainting, seizures, abnormal bleeding or bruising. And to the one that says about Trump, go find some Trump buddies with you. Stop going into other people's feeds and being fucking troll. That has about symptoms of overdose. So now let's go back to where is it? Okay. Let's go back to this dude.
This is prescribed to 13% of American adults. They're going to make this go away. They don't want this to happen anymore.
To the 13% of Americans. How's it working out for you? Seriously. Well, good. You go take your pills. But I know you're in here trolling. And the thing is, I feel sorry for you. And the reason why I feel sorry for you is because you look to, well, you must be a male chauvinist if you look to Trump. You must like inflicting pain on somebody. So just remember, when that pain comes back on you, you did it to yourself, right?
The thing that this goober needs to understand is that these drugs, these prescriptions, are life-saving drugs. This isn't just because you have a cough or a cold and you need to take it to get rid of it. These are life-saving prescriptions. This puts people back on a functional path in life that they wouldn't normally have if it wasn't for these pieces of medication. In addition to all of this, they're going to be creating wellness farms. These wellness farms are going to be used for people to get off of drugs, but also psychiatric drugs is notably mentioned here, which means that if somebody is on psychiatric drugs, they're probably suffering from very, very serious mental health issues, including but not limited to schizophrenia or dementia. And these farms are going to be.
So the thing is, these firms, as I call it, are going to be equipped with people who know what they're doing, opposed to ones that, they just want to hand the pill over right off the bat. My question is to the Trump lover. Are you one of the cronies he sent in to bother me? Because it's not a matter that I hate Trump, as you put it. Why do you hate Trump? I dislike men who talk shit about women and think that it's okay because you're famous, that any woman will allow you to stick their hand between your pussy. He said it to his buddy Billy Bush. And that was after he was married to Melania. He was like cleaning out his mouth so he could kiss the woman. But you say he's a good example. I guess cheaters like cheaters, and and you know, male chauvinist likes a male chauvinist because there's a lot going on. And I've been doing a lot of looking in to the dirty side of it. Because I'll put it to you this way. There's a lot of things that he came in and said that he was going to do for the people, and the important things never got done. You know, you say about Doge or what have you. It's a part of, you know, Doge could be also trying to cover their own ass. But, you know, I would really love to get a sit in Musk because, you know, he says that AI is smarter than humans. And he'll roll his eyes. It's like, dude, I'm not going to block you and I'm not going to delete you. And when different things come to pass, like you may have money, so you know you don't have to worry about that stuff. But I think you're a bot, a big time bot, and that's why you're so far up Donald Trump's ass, and that's why you're all for AI because people like yourself have nothing better to do with your time than go in and fucking throw shade on other people who are seeking truth. I don't even like my. I'm not even fond of my own government. So it's that part of, you know, I'm not fond of my own medical system. I'm not fond of any of the systems. You know, like you saying we need to put more oil where indigenous land is. You're a poor excuse for a human being. Oh, right. You said you're a robot. Not being rude, but maybe they need to take you by the legs and hang you upside down for a while. But you might get pleasure out of that. Give it with your best shot, buddy. Because just remember what you do to me is going to come back on you, whether you're a fucking robot or not. Quieto por estar ahí. Yasoko. Si ala tutupurita karemo toy atarasito toy. Well, good. You go let Donald Trump save you. Go jump off the fucking bridge. But make sure you have a bag of money with you. Because that's the only way he'll save you. And then he might just grab the money and let you fucking go. And anyone like him.
So people can get off of those drugs. But in reality, what this is doing is this is a
So,
form of
dude,
concentration.
Dude, you don't want people to get off the drugs. You don't want people to get off the drugs and be heavy or healthy. It's that part of, dude. Do you fucking hear yourself? Get up, Otare. And that spirit knows exactly who I'm talking to. You're an immature child, and I'll call you boy because you must be my ex-husband trying to come at me.
You can't. This is exactly the point to them: is you bring them all to this area, which these are all going to be in rural areas apparently. And
Oh,
people
royal!
are going to stay there for up to 3 to 4 years. Now, Kennedy has later said that he's not going to force people to attend, but I'm sure that.
Where's he getting his information that they're going to be there? Actually, dude, I am blocking you. I don't usually block people, but the person that was on there, I would hazard to say that, people might want to watch out for them, especially when.
There'll be a system that, once you go, you can't leave, if you know what I'm saying. I think it's important to remember that a big part of that terrible thing, the silly mustache man, wasn't just the Jews. The Jews were the biggest part of it, overwhelmingly. But it was also the hundreds of thousands of people who suffered from very, very serious mental health issues, but also very minor mental health issues that were brought to these camps and just done with. They weren't working, they weren't nothing. They were brought there and they were not leaving alive. These camps are that.
That wasn't why they took the Jews there. They, they took the Jews there because they didn't like the Jews. But it's like, dude, how about you go research the Sexual Sterilization Act? Because it wasn't just your government, it was the fucking doctors prescribing the goddamn fucking medication, jackass. Seriously. Like, are you trying to be part of the movement? But you want to throw shade at somebody who believes the right thing, that the right thing to do is get people off of medication and get people healthy? Yep, I would make a damn good politician, only I'd be on the side of the people, not the fucking pocketbooks.
That's what you need to understand. These camps, the removal of SSRIs, all of this stuff from the American institution is to pick the mentally ill and the mentally, people who suffer from very serious mental health issues out of the streets and into a place where they can be controlled and they can be removed, if you know what I'm saying. That's what this is. Don't let this fluff get the best of you. This is that. And the United States is doing it fully out in the open for everybody to see. big part of what Silly Mustache Man did, or a big argument that people have said, is that the people didn't know what was happening, which is a bunch of bullshit, by the way. Everybody in Germany knew exactly what was happening when those trains showed up and people were trucked away. Everybody fucking knew what they were doing. And this is the chance for the Americans to know absolutely what their administration is supposed to do. This is bad. Now, on top of everything going else, everything else going on in the United States, this is really bad. I hope you guys understand.
See, I look at all the sides. I don't just look at one side. I'm looking into this, and we're going to go through this together. You can be with me on this if you want, and I will, like, give my thoughts on it. Because if my body starts jerking and jolting when I make a comment or something about something, or I question something, my body will indicate. It's that part of, when people don't want somebody to get actual help healing, it's that part of, what are you afraid they're going to find out? Me? Yes, I am. I tell people now, you know, go on your platforms, go on your platforms and share your story. Share your story. Don't be ashamed of it, because there are so many people out there that are experiencing many similar things, and it doesn't want others don't want it to get out there. This guy here must have a lot of accounts. So I'll just block you too, because I ain't got time for that. They'll probably go get this person will probably go get another account, because they probably have a humping dozen of them. Which, those are the people that TikTok needs to be looking out for, not people who come forward and bring hope to people. RFK Jr.'s addiction treatment plan needs a reality check. Let's see what they say about that. And then, maybe his plan isn't quite all thought out, but this is Med Central. And, anything affiliated with the prescriptions and big pharma and what have you, of course they're going to have a negative spin on things because they want you to remain addicted and in mental health chaos. Why do you think they're creating a chaos? Is to keep you in that mind fuck and drive you crazy, which what you should be doing is taking what they're doing to you and saying, hey, I rebuke you. I don't say in the name of Jesus because I've been reading stuff and Jesus doesn't want me looking to him in that way. And people may see it differently. But when you connect directly to spirit itself, then you learn a lot more. I was here to enlighten people and to teach people how they are able to heal and save themselves. Yeah, this B guy, like, yeah, he's got a bunch of different ones. Trump gets all the women, does he? Trump gets all the women. Does he really? It's not that he gets all the women. He gets the women who are looking for someone that, let's see, how do I explain this? Trump gets the people who are looking for a savior, and he's just got the lip service to say it. So, reality fact. There is a place for behavioral health modalities in treating opiate use disorder, but medication is also a must. That makes no sense. There is a place for behavioral health modalities in treating opiate use disorders. Where does the addiction start? The addiction starts with the doctor. The doctor prescribes it and then over prescribes it because it's not something that you should be taking on a regular basis. So it's over prescribed and then the people get addicted to it and then the doctor says, no, you can't have it no more. So then they resort to street drugs, getting those prescriptions on the black market or going and breaking into places. With the confirmation of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. for Secretary of the United States Department of Health and Human Services, HHS, the U.S. is heading into its next chapter of healthcare policies. Kennedy has received both criticism and praise for his proposed policy throughout his confirmation process. However, one potential focus that has garnered substantial interest is his platform to reform addiction medicine treatment. The goal, he states, is to battle the ongoing opiate epidemic. What's wrong with that? Seriously. He wants to reform addiction medicine treatment. Do you know when you're taking somebody off of medication or drugs or what have you, the fucking pain and torture they go through? It's part of, they need that safe space in order to do it. And it's not about like giving them another medication to be that crutch. It's about fucking it's about the person getting it out of their system, out of their body. And it's like when you go through a detoxing of drugs, alcohol, pills, what have you, anything that you go through the detox with, it's fucking hell. It's a torment. It's a torture. It's a mind fuck on the psyche and everything. I went through it myself, and I know others who have gone through it, and I witnessed others going through it. They need a safe environment. They need a place where they actually feel fucking human and not just a fucking prescription number and a paycheck for somebody. It's that part of put yourself in those people's shoes and then see what help you're going to be fucking want when you're ready for it. He has shared his personal experience with opiate use disorder. It's not a fucking opiate use disorder. It's a part of, hey, where did your usage come from in the first place? What caused you to want to even resort to this form of pain numbing? To put it that on various media platforms, which has undoubtedly driven his desire to improve treatments and outcomes. Yet the question has become, what should that focus actually be? It should be getting the people off the fucking medication and the opiates and everything like that so that they can heal. And anybody who would be against somebody healing and being able to get off medication, seriously, maybe you should be checking yourself in. Yet this question has become, okay, what should I actually deal with? In recent interviews, Kennedy has noted how instrumental 12-step style programs have been in his journey. The 12-step program. Anybody who is against this, of however you perceive it, no, it shouldn't be called a healing firm or what have you. It's a part of, when churches first grew about, they weren't called churches. And if they were, they were all healing. They had the bells, they had all the different forms of symbols and music and what have you, the resonance. You don't mind people throwing, you have no problem throwing people who have mental health issues that committed a crime and get put in jail. You have no problem with them going to jail, right? But when there's some place where people can actually go to get the mental health help, you want to fucking shoot them. Shake your head. Please let me hear it because I want to know if there's fucking rocks in there. Especially with regard to establishing a spiritual foundation. A lot of people have a difficult time connecting with their spiritual self, with their spirit, because it's like, oh no, you can't do that. Oh yeah, you're fucking right, you can. Not only it wasn't like I'll tell you, it was none of the systems that helped me. It was spirit. Not only has he shared his desire to expand such programs if given the chance to lead the public health administration, but he also has proposed creating a system of royal firm centered rehabilitation. That's what it is. Royal firm. It's where people probably where they can go out and they can be out with the animals and what have you. Making the connection with nature and life itself, giving them something to hope for, to look out for, to feel needed again, to feel like they're part of something. So, dude, you want to go on and read Vanity Fair, and then you want to say, "Oh, it's a healing farm. It's a healing. It's a fucking farm, jackass." And you think there wouldn't be something or someone overseeing that? If that was allowed, do you think there wouldn't be the right people overseeing to make sure there was no misconduct going on? Farm center. What people are supposed to do. We're supposed to think about that. We're supposed to think that, should we leave this person people out in the gutter and leave them to their own devices and go psychological warfare because they don't want to be on the streets, because they don't want to be addicts, because they don't want to lose their family, because of the fucking people that you're protecting and telling people, oh, well, it's just that thing if they get you off medication. You're seriously. Seriously. Because maybe we should be a society that's think that people should just be doped up on medication because I'm telling you right now, it's not just a decrease. It's a temporary thing. I stand up for people who have mental health issues, not the ones that, you want to throw shade on the ones that you perceive to have mental health issues. Well, I'm here to tell you, if there's throwing shade on people with mental health issues, you're the one that needs to check yourself in because it's like, holy shit, dude, you're what's wrong with you, not the people with mental health issues. Rehabilitation programs where people with addictions could recover. This is no specific information. There is no specific information on what these programs would look like, what treatments would be offered, or how they would be funded. If somebody like, do you know what? How would they be funded? Let's see. It's part of the healthcare system. So would you know your healthcare system within your government funding that they collect for your fucking taxes? Wouldn't it be going towards that to help? And instead of going and putting it all into big pharma and your billionaire buddies' pockets, because you know that money is supposed to be their health, their welfare, their education, not to get you a fucking free fancy big mansion thing. Which, I don't understand. I don't understand the concept of two people living in a fucking big place like that. Oh, right, they have to have their cooks, they have to have their chauffeurs, and they have to have their ass scratchers, and their butt wipers. Oh, and don't forget, they're not allowed to open a window in the White House. Seriously, Trump, you gotta have that big hole in there, right? There's It also remains unclear whether these facilities would offer medications, ascendant treatment, although Kennedy recently said he would support medication treatment. Said it's not about medication treatment full time, but it's that ability to have the choice, not just big pharma, but actual medicinal medicines. And I'm not talking about pills, I'm talking about natural medicine. Because I know just by talking to someone and just you know being able to allow it to speak and be on like being able to understand what it is that goes through. It's like with group therapy and what have you, people sharing their stories. It helps others know that they're not alone. that they too are experiencing things, and it's okay to have your emotions. It's okay to feel the way you feel. I had somebody say to me, and it was a family member, whenever they tried talking or say something, oh, you always have something wrong. And that's the exact reason why I always have something wrong. And there's so many people that go through it. And when somebody says that to you, maybe they went through it themselves, and that's what they 12-step recovery programs have pros and cons. AAA, AAA, and that 12-step program, or like, get the drugs and then have you eat that, like, that's a 12-step program. First off, you get the drugs in the person's system. In our view, it is fundamentally important that the next HHS secretary focuses on improving addiction medicine programs as a major part of health policy, while improving potential access to non-pharmaceutical physiological treatments such as peer support and group therapy is key to this process, especially considering the psychological and social aspects of the addiction disease state itself. It is essential for the head and the country as a whole to understand how successful these programs have proven to be, as well as the limitation that exists. Okay, now your support, big time. That's hard, but the biggest part is getting the person sober. Because until that person is sober, then it's going to be more difficult for people to come out of that state of feeling like they have to or go back to that or that needed or what or even that sort of feels. It's that part of, in order for you to be real health, it's a part of getting cleaning up your system, giving them hope, something to look forward to every day. They're gonna scream there. It's like the fucking demons coming out because it's that inner child saying, "Hey, you're fucking hurting me." Then when you're coming off, that inner child has that with and it screams. So it's more difficult in a lot of situations unless you have that safe space and that encouragement and that person that can be there if you just wake up every night in full sweats. when I was going through one spirit, they had to come in and they had to hold me down. I literally felt them holding me down. They just took my arms and my legs and they just held me out so I could scream it out. My body was jerking and jolting. It's because you're trying to run away from yourself. You're trying to run to that fix. You're trying to run to whatever will help you stop that pain that you're experiencing. But until somebody actually goes through it themselves or witnesses it themselves, you have no fucking clue. You become like a fucking nightmare for people around you. Why do you think during COVID they kept the fucking liquor stores open? I'm starting to understand that now. They kept the liquor store open for the addicts, the alcoholics who needed that because it wasn't a time to go through detox. See, when I'm speaking, they set up this spirit languages, language spirit. Some people think I'm psychotic. Some people just kind of get scared. Some people get angry. And, you have a reaction to what I'm speaking and what I'm saying. It's because I'm speaking to a spirit, and it's a spirit to spirit, and whatever spirit it is I'm speaking with, you're having a reaction of one sort or another because that spirit is connected. So it's like I'm talking, and spirit is talking to those spirits because it's like it becomes I let myself. It's like I become that opening to you know, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And that's why there's so much different things that come out in different ways. That's what I say. You can laugh, you can cry, you can strong, you get angry with me, you can slap me, you can whatever. It's that part of you release all the you release all of the demon aspects of the drugs, the alcohol, the pain, the suffering, the trauma, the PTSD, and you allow yourself to work through that, and you're given that space where you can't hurt yourself or anyone else. You feel like sometimes when you're going through a detox, like somebody else is fucking torturing you. But it's that part of no, nobody's torturing you. was us torturing ourselves because we were trying to get away from the pain. So we have ourselves in that state of sometimes even loving ourselves. And the worst part is being able to face our own stuff. And that's why you get addictions. And there's lots of people coming off their addictions. And it's not even if you're off your addictions and you're connected. You may have your up and down days. But when you're having those up and down days, is that part of your body that's still detoxing different things and saying, okay, let's sit together. Let's work through this together as a body, soul, spirit, mind, heart. That's where it comes in. And it's not about like keeping somebody on medication. I'm telling you right now, the only reason why they keep you on medication like is because it's profitable. Even the doctors. Do you ever notice like these people that go in with these briefcases and stuff like that? They're in there promoting new medications. They want you to be the trial where you don't know that you're part of the trial, which is illegal. So that's why the doctors will push those new prescriptions on you. And they don't know fuck all about them, but they don't mind getting the incentive. And they do, because it's good for you. I looked into that. And when you realize that, they want to throw shit at people that do actually want to help because it takes from your pocketbook. And I do believe that a program like this should be everywhere and it should be available everywhere. And it'd be a healing for not people thinking that go into farms. True farm is a psychiatric that's because everybody's a weirdo. Oh, there's nothing in there to stimulate people. Various studies over over the past few decades have shown that alcohol anonymous and narcotics anonymous programs are associated with greater likelihood of abstinence over prolonged periods of time. 2006 showed for periods up to 16 years and improvements in psychological functioning. 16 fucking years. I didn't. I went twice to ADA. I signed myself up twice. I got it a week later, discharged a week later. I was back to drinking. There was nothing there. There was no help, no meetings. I know somebody that went into detox and they were told to take the medications in with them. They took the medications in, and the staff kept them sitting on the counter in plain sight of other addicts. And another addict went up to that person and said, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing getting rid of $10,000 worth of stuff?" And that was somebody that was not the one that said it, but the ones that had the medication at the nurse station or what have you kept on the counter for others to see what he had. So that person had to go for a break with no help. And it was not only for them, but for me too. I went through my own health, but I also went through the health of them too. So having something like this, when the person's ready, I would say, "Oh, it's going to take 16 years." So no, it actually doesn't have to take that long. It's a part of getting to finding out what it was that caused them to become an addict in the first place. But some ones that have the opportunity don't want that to happen. So they'll demonize things that would be good for people. Because it's not part of if people think that, the government and Donald Trump, that that's the last say. So the thing is, everybody says it's but how many of them have we're international world war? Whoa! and who's frequent engagement in these types of programs, along with 12-step related activities, also have been shown to be associated with reduced likelihood of relapse and improvements in abstinence duration programs are typically offered at no cost, provide and potentially sense of community, and can be easily assessed for the majority of the people. Really? I like to know where they're getting their information. Because it was a doctor who got my got this patient addicted in the first place. And when they wanted off medication because it was causing a quality harm, the doctor looked at me and said, he wanted off the medication. It's not your fucking say whether somebody should stay on it or not. What? Because it wasn't profiting you anymore, or because you wanted the person to just bring the medication? It was the doctor, and that same doctor actually ended up having their license revoked because they actually got busted because a man shot himself in the head in front of their office to make a statement, but he left his family the next morning letter telling them what he did. But it was the doctor abusing her authority because she gave exchange for sex for the person's narcotics, and the person was mentally disabled. And that was the same doctor that told me that he needed because I went there because I needed it, and I was bleeding. So do I have respect for our mainstream medical system? Well, it needs a whole new attitude adjustment. Everybody lives in along with the like potential sense of community. But you know, it's not good. It's being able to be in the community, fit in with community, and feel like you belong in community, not feeling like, people throw you away or pass you away because you're the black sheep and you just don't fit in anymore. No, the ones who say you don't fit in anymore, they will always ignore. You were actually the outcast because you were trying to put the norms in their place to fit in with the it's not part of to say you need to let your people know what the week is. Do you think the meek is just the ones that go in the corner and pull up and ball and oh, the meek are the ones that actually get out there and stand up for things that other people stand up for. You can stand up for the ones who refuse to because they don't want to get the true message and realize that it is about self-empowerment and not looking for somebody else to save them. Yet there are limitations that should be recognized. Perhaps the greatest difficulty with any form of voluntary or involuntary treatment is that because of the biopsychological nature of addiction, patients must be willing to try treatment and be in the frame of mind to want to treat their addictions. You're the one who has to say that. You can say, "Oh, Jesus will save us," or "What have you," but how can Jesus truly save you from your own addictions? Maybe he'll physically kill you, but the way he would save you would be to make you look at yourself, to look at those demons, to look at the stuff that you don't need to look at, those shadows, the pain, the suffering, that you feel it's easier to push down than be able to hold it up and release it so that it no longer weighs you down. People say, "Well, it's what makes me who I am." Yeah, how's that working out for you? Yet there are limitations that should be recognized. Perhaps the greatest difficulty is this is one reason why involuntary treatment or imprisonment in severe circumstances is not a substantial predicator of treatment success without maintenance therapy or specialized care following recovery. So, it's good that you have one in prison. Some don't want to talk. Some still have some form of addiction in prison. That's the question of how did they get that stuff to the addiction? And why are you not, actually talking to them as a person who would feel good. I could say that because he kept realizing this. He told me sometimes not to speak the language, except sometimes they don't like to speak in it. It's that part in the game. You know, why don't you, why wouldn't you want me speaking the language? Get that? And it's like when you sit back and you actually allow yourself to look at your own spirit, your own heart, your own mind, your own ego, your own thoughts, feelings, expressions, emotions, in your words. Today I got the book of the Gospel of Thomas, and reading that of some of the stuff that it said that Jesus had said, holy shit, Shinola. It's like, gee, well, of course he had a split personality. Why do you think his family was trying to have him? Some of his family was trying to have him committed. I had stuff like this was stuff right there where it says that they had tried to like some had tried to have him committed and tried to have Nikola Tesla committed too. Yeah, also, yeah, pues ahí no, sí, pues, ahí te- ahí sí, ahí estaba, ahí, eh, Holy crap, I'm they're having an argument now. I'm gonna get my ass today. Here, let me get involved. Yamaka, tutugia murisita namani shabat turisita. Like, did you have a secret addiction? Certain atmosphere is not okay. Simply put, it put simply put, if a patient is not ready to accept their addiction, it becomes extremely difficult to treat it to be successful. Certain populations, such as younger individuals and individuals with concurrent psychiatric and substance use disorders, appear to be associated with less positive outcomes using such rehabilitation programs as well. And I said that, when I went into detox that those times and I know who was doing, then I didn't, I wasn't ready. But then the last time when I went to the doctor and I got anti-abuse, and I was taking the anti-abuse, and it didn't really stop me from drinking. I had to change my mindset. And then when I stopped drinking, I hadn't drank in like shit. Might have had an occasional wine or something once in a while, but I hadn't really drank for a lot from 2000, 2001 to about 2013, 14. And then I started going to hit bars again. And when I first went there, I wasn't drinking, but then I started drinking again. Never. I was more of a, I was more addicted. I had more of an addiction to pills than I did with alcohol. Yeah, coming on my meds. Holy shit. It was spirit that put me through the 12-step program. And it was fucking intense. I'm like, it's that part I went through before. And it takes, like, when somebody has an addiction and they're coming off it, sometimes you just need to have somebody there because the addiction can be so intense that people have died. And they have actually, because sometimes when you go through it yourself, it really is very helpful. It becomes so overwhelming, and it's that part of, if you, like, if you go out, sometimes if you go that intensity and then you go off the ledge, it's that part that can actually an uncontrollable excessiveness. Not that you're trying to cause harm to yourself, but the person goes at it at such an intense level. I know that I've had experiences already that, I probably left my body from alcohol poisoning. One final issue with using a 12-step type approach alone that is without MAT is the drastic change in the illicit drug market that has developed in recent years with more potent forms of opiates. Illicit fentanyl. I know somebody who died from fentanyl, and I think there are only, I can't help but keep getting like it's almost like it's later teens. Anadrolocos medicines on the street, overdoses from illicit drugs are at the all-time high, and withdrawals from them is often more severe. This trend has led to increased difficulty with breaking addiction patterns, often requiring some level of medication management to control symptoms to prevent further substance use. But then what you end up doing there is you then become reliant and dependent on another substance. So it's not part of everything has to be implemented all the time at the same time in order for it to work. overdose rates have become so bad that some advocates have even endorsed the creation of self-conception sites, which they're taking that stuff from there, and people are finding needles in other places, but they're giving it free opposed to the opportunity, a bigger advancement of an opportunity to be able to come on, not handing it to them and saying, here, I'm going to support your addiction. Everybody's going to support your addiction opposed to supporting your healing. Because with stuff like that, it takes one, two people to show somebody that you care. And when they start seeing that somebody actually does care about them, there's this girl, I see this guy in Canada, he's building this little trailer encampments on a bicycle for homeless people. And he gets this one girl, Sarah, she was there and like I seen it. She posted it there, he went out to see her. And it was like looking at a totally different person. She was taking care of herself. She was feeling better about herself. She had everything so freaking neat and tidy and organized. She had a cute little place. I'm telling you, I'm like, it was like, wow, like it was a totally different person. Just it just takes one person to show that you care and help to bring them that hand that was down and feel their small. So creating self-conception sites. You're not helping the problem, you're keeping the problem going. And you're trying to do stuff. I said that you probably because it's keeping you from using, but they're still using that other stuff. This is no offense to the people who have addictions. It's part of it. Give them a better choice and don't just dangle it in your face. Always leave it with you. Tolerate people use a substance provided immediate medical care necessary and leave them support services to treat their underlying conditions. Why multiple ecological approach is a must. Oh, nothing, and the front has been the mainstay, not an OUD for not an for several decades now. While these drugs are moderately effective when looked at through the lens of complete abstinence and treatment retention, both have better relative efficiency at reducing morbidity and mortality. Long-term medication assisted treatment. No, it's like that that really fucking pisses me off. No, they don't have to be on any medication. Why why do they have to keep putting people on medication after medication to come off the medication? Why don't you just show them how to like, give them the tools and teach them the tools and work with them until they understand it? It was the same as like, when they said about like they come down from the sky and they give people a certain knowledge or certain stuff and left it to them for their own devices to understand and learn how to use it instead of, you don't just give something and not teach somebody or like what have you, how it works, or how to use it, which you should do, not just watch it to see what they do it, to see if, they light the fire and they burn themselves. Tipo, bonito, publicidad. Spirit, spirit. They know who I'm talking to because the spirit talking to them. So it's spirit, spirit. The latter outcomes are essential and demonstrate why it is imperative that any potential treatment rehabilitation program include the use of these types of medications. Go figure. It's dead simple. So there's got to be medication there, right? People can't have treatment without medication, right? Well, you know, maybe there'd be more people. There'd be more people going to holistic treatment than there would be to mainstream. What is that? Sit with it. And yeah, we control the food supply. The latter outcomes are essential in demonstrating why it is important to potentially treatment or rehabilitation program include the use of medication. Their ability to reduce not just use but death is critical in this new era of the epidemic. Of course, the same principles in individualization is addiction medicine must be applied to that because of their risk. Methadone, I know someone, they had an addiction using needles and they ended up switching over to methadone, but they ended up stopping the methadone themselves, didn't want methadone anymore because they felt that they were getting hooked with methadone. Wow! See? Yeah, what I yeah. Ustedes methadone and norepinephrine are opioid receptor agonists and capable of causing all opioid side effects, including respiratory depression. This means overdoses can still occur while patients are made to take on these medications, especially if combined with other substances that suppress respiratory ability. Oh, ay, puta la vida. Ese cabrón, tú. Caution optimism for the future. Not only is this information critical for new administration to understand, but it is needed to expand on research into new OUD treatment and modalities. Going forward, we would commend any policy that may improve endeavors to reduce the opioid epidemic and improve addiction treatment. Yeah, what is the answer? The answer is the infrastructure of the social structure. It's not just middle class picking on the poor or upper class picking on the poor, or wealthy picking on the poor, or robbing the other two or three or what have you. It's that part of the way that like society treats each other and then fucking complains about it. To reduce the epidemic, improve addiction treatment. However, this hope is tied to realistic. See, it's who's realistic is it? Like seriously, I just heard. I feel like punching them in the head. That's what I just heard from someone or from that part of my spirit that just like because I didn't feel it in my heart. I felt it. I heard it in my head. So that's part of the difference that, like, I know it's something when I catch it in my head, and I know when I catch it because it's a totally different thing. And I can see where people are angry, but then the ones in charge of the system, they feel threatened. But you were the fucking aggressor to begin with. These people are defending themselves, and you say that they're the problem. Can I see under your desk, please? I want to know who's under there. Yeah. Well, focusing on the behavioral and social aspect of addiction is imperative. This approach cannot be utilized alone or come at an expense of people's lives. It's part of if they want to hold that and pushing medication because the medical system is the biggest drug. They are the biggest pill pushers. And serious they are. And they try to reflect it on the street, which the thing is, they're the ones that are putting it on the street. They're just getting somebody else to sell. So, they are, no matter what way you look at it, they're the biggest drug dealers. Only they're the organized ones. Yeah. Tipo, por parece total musica pura testo. That says FDA approved, yeah. Well, I'm going to say FDA has already proved that they're not always on the up and up. The bones. So here we'll go to RFK Jr. proposed sending addicts to taxpayer-funded wellness farms to tackle drug crisis. He's talking like wellness farms. Like people think of this that they're using a lot of the word farms and making things sound bad, right? Mesa Ranch. Did anybody ask that? These firms, where are they located? Because, I'd be asking those questions. I'm curious to know. I want to see what all it entails, what types of therapy is offered. Is it both types of therapy? Because then it gives the patient the choice of what way they want to go. I got that right there that, people are kind of sick with that and not just like really like that. It's such a shame because you reproduce. It's not about taking your word and preaching about the Bible and what happened. Because I know that, there's this on True Blood, they have this part in the series where they have the inventor uh, called evangelicals, and it's like they have something to help people, but to get the money, and like it's a whole sham. But it's that part of, it's not about going and teaching about a religion. And if that's what we're trying to put in it, then how is that really right? But if it's for everyone and if it's no religion specified and no religion running it, then it's actually up to for the people, no matter what their belief system is. Because I know that, they've been pushing Christianity or going after the anti-Christians and what have you, which, at least they got up with the boy. Well, President Trump's Health and Human Services nominee, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., has been scrutinized over his views on vaccines, farming, abortion, and more. I don't agree with his abortion thing, and the reason why I don't agree with that is because you're taking a woman's right away. And I know that you're saying that that's my baby too. That is where it is on your guys' responsibility to come together to an understanding and actually sit and talk with one another. And if you don't want to have a situation like that or a conversation like that, that's where it's your both your responsibility to protect. And I'll be honest, contraceptive should actually be covered. And Vance Haynes, or J.D. Vance, Vance Haynes, J.D. Vance, if you want to make babies, guess what? I guess you and your wife better get busy with each other. And just remember, depending on how old she was when she had her first kid, she can only have 22. Not being rude, but hey, can't, you can't tell somebody that they have to have kids, but you can't force them. If you force them, you're raping. And if you have somebody else to force them and you're behind it, you're raping because, Dan, on a JD dance, I got one eye on you, and, I'm pretty sure you're someone else. Look an awful lot like someone involved in something not so nice. His perspective on treating one of the nation's foremost health crises has received far less attention. Well, with regards to the vaccines and COVID and stuff like that, there are more and more people, doctors, specialist scientists, coming forward and telling the truth. It's a part of, start looking at these research facilities because, you know, you actually come across interesting things and find out that they're actually reducing respiratory problems. I was reading up about COPD, and it led me to Toronto, to one of the Toronto University hospitals, and it was a children's hospital. And the research department before joining Trump's team, Kennedy's campaign for president on a plan to treat addiction by creating wellness funds funded by tax revenues for federally legalized marijuana sales. Marijuana sales, shit, that, you know, I think that may have cut down on a lot of crime in some ways. At least they made it legit and then somebody else was benefiting from the taxes from it. but to make sure that, you know, work it in the end so that, you know, people didn't have to know marijuana. Because it was always supposed to be used as, it was actually marijuana was actually used as a in rituals when they wanted to connect with their ancestors. It wasn't to get high and go, giddy, giddy. They're just like, I'm not throwing shade because I was in that position before where I was smoking marijuana. So, ¿dónde se quita fuera? What first time I ever really used it? Holy shit, man! Like I was literally in 5D or something because everything was just like it was like I was in a, everything was magnified and the colors and everything was just like holy shit, man! But I never got that. I never was able to really get to that type of buzz again on marijuana. But when I'm going through the meditation and I'm going through a level up and ascension aspects of it, and I'm just like in totally in the higher self, I get that image. It's like everything is magnified. And that's not on anything. And it's not for once under 18 or lighthearted unless you're ready to have a, you know, a little bit of a shift. Even if you don't have a slap, you I know. Like we were creating wellness forms funded by tax revenues, right? You know, legalized marijuana status. I'm going to create, oh, this is important. I'm going to create these wellness funds where they can go and get off of illegal drugs, off of opiates, but also legal drugs. I get that. Also legal drugs, meaning here's your prescription, run to the here's your prescription, run to the pharmacy. I want to collect my supper. I said, he wants to collect his supper because he just prescribed him a new medication on the market. So he got the incentive from it, whether it was for a restaurant or not. He got an incentive. This would be for sheep. But also legal drugs. And he said at a virtual event during his campaign, billed as a Latino town hall. Kennedy himself struggled with addiction when he was younger, including to cocaine and heroin, which he has spoken about publicly. You know, it takes a lot of courage for someone to get up and be able to speak about their addiction, especially that's not part of, being honest with people, okay? He's being honest with people, and he's got his secrets, and maybe that's why he joined the show. But I'm still trying to figure that out. So it's not hard. Just, you know, realizing how much it takes. So Kenny himself struggled with addiction when he was younger, including cocaine and heroin, which he spoke about publicly. He has heralded his faith and commitment to Alcoholics Anonymous 12-step program at his saving grace. Kennedy is a strong proponent of clean living as well, and said that the addiction treatment wellness firm he imagines would also treat people who are trying to get off antidepressants or other medications like those for attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. It's teaching people how to work with your ADHD because it's one for yourself and your child. And that's why like people don't okay. People don't understand that in the aspect of like, okay, your shadows. Okay? Your shadows are the part of yourself that you're trying to run away from. But you can't get away from your shadow because it's with your feet. You're grounded. So in order to be able to do it, I know I feel like I just lost people there. You go outside on a bright day or what have you, and you see your shadow. Where's your shadow connected? It's connected at the feet, the ground. So your shadow is trying to run away from itself. It's trying to tug you in all different directions to keep you occupied from thinking about whatever it was that you wanted to do. That's the best way to do it. And yeah, some people they'll start talking, okay, and they can actually center themselves because they've immersed themselves into whatever it was they were doing. And I'll be honest, that can actually be another coping because in that sense you're trying to run away, and then in the other sense you're trying to stay not looking. The biggest part is sitting with yourself and with that feeling and asking yourself, where are you feeling? Why are you feeling? What are you trying to feel? What just helps you do it? Because if it's up there, they want you to look at it, they want you to see it for a reason. Not because it wants to hurt or make that feeling hurt. It wants to be seen, it wants to be felt, and it wants to be able to have that warning so that it can release it. It's like a loss. When you lose a family member, it's losing that piece of you. And it works the same with yourself. It's that part of losing, you're afraid of losing that piece of you because you think that you'll lose yourself. You you actually find yourself by letting go of that piece. because it's that heavy piece that's keeping you in that steadiness. It is, I heard, yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, Risito Purito, the martial arts is like, sometimes I put like two, three words all together at the same time, wondering what the fuck did I just say? So, don't feel bad. It's the same as, people say, like, they come in and they think, like, it's like a circus show or what have you, and it's entertaining to watch. All good. You think it's not kind of entertaining to me too, but it's actually pissing me off because I'm the one going through the motions of it, and the ones that are trying to cause the pain on me and inflict the pain on me is like, just die. It's like, don't want me to feel the pain here. I'll make you feel it all the more. It's like, at least I go with the day. Saving grace. Kennedy is so ADHD. Okay, I don't like the word wellness farms because people like, ones that want to do. Wellness farms are not an entire novel idea. They are based on a framework known as a therapeutic community model, which relies heavily on peer-to-peer support and behavioral situations. What's wrong with people helping each other? What? Did you ain't put your fucking hand in the pocket? Is that why you're pissed off? Hmm. You're not saying that the ones that like are there to help, other than just like for support, individuals like seriously, there's so much in the dogma that you wouldn't save yourself if you had to. Rely on other people or someone else. Oh, come save me! I'm waiting for Jesus to come save me. I had somebody say that to me. It's like, what? Do you hear yourself? Are you going to let yourself drown in the fucking ocean until Jesus comes to save you? Or are you going to try to save yourself? I wasn't being coming to be nice. People weren't nice to me. I know it's not a vindictive thing. I'm trying to explain to people how to actually do it without having to go through all the like other pain and suffering and bullshit we put ourselves through. But I guess some people like suffering and the pain. So if you like the suffering and the pain, then please spare the rest of us and stop fucking complaining about it. There's support and behavior solutions for addiction as compared to medication-based treatment strategies like methadone. Does anybody hear the nonsense in that? for addictions as compared to medication-based treatments, strategies like methadone or biocaffeine therapy, which work to cut out the intense cravings from opiates to which addictions often add relapse. Okay. Who would know how to get through addictions without having that crutch that somebody who went through the detox of addiction, right? Not a pill push or a drug push. They're trying to get people off the drugs. Do you think these places wouldn't have certain things to be able to help with those forms of experiences that people will experience? Dito po dito tariste tutoy. Some people just really need to get out of their head. And I feel that like it's shaking right now, like, get out of my head! Get out of my head! It's like here, to get out of your head, why don't you take whatever it is that you're experiencing and put it into your body so you know where you're experiencing it, what it is that you're experiencing. Because your head just wants to push you away. So get back in the filing cabinet. Get back in there. Get back in there. And if you push it in and then more in and more in and more in, and then finally the filing cabinet just goes. And then you really go. Because then everything is scattered. Whereas you can work through it individually, or you can have it just go poof right on. That's what psychology is. Because that's when it's like Pandora's box opens up within you, and all that taboo, which is the emotions, just implodes. You know, that's crazy. Whoa! Whoa! Yes, oh yeah. Which work to cut this and many in the medical community, including researchers at the National Institute of Health, consider such medications assisted treatment to be the gold standard in addiction treatment. There's the word gold standard. Do you even know what gold standard is? Treatment to be the gold standard. Treatment to be the money. Ugh! Story. There's it. I'll read that sentence again. Many in the medical community, including researchers at the National Institute of Health, consider such medication-assisted treatment to be the gold standard in the addiction treatment. It's the money in the addiction. Create the problem so you can say you need to put the money into that problem. But it was a problem that you created, so you're not trying to fix it at all. You're just stealing the money. AA also warns against the use of medication like forever prescribing to treat addiction. AA also warns against it because it just moves to another substance to be abused. You become reliant on another substance. So you remain reliant on the system because it's going to supply it. I hope people are really sitting with this. Kennedy actually visited two places that align with this framework for a documentary he created about the crisis of addiction while he was running for president, titled Recovery, Film About Healing Our Addiction Crisis.
This is a feast.
I guess we're watching something.
Travel around this country and watching this devastating plague addiction unfolding in every direction. From big cities to small towns, Americans are dying of drug overdoses in record numbers. I've lost family members like my brothers and niece to drug overdoses, and I understand the suffering that so many American families put through. America lost around 3,000 people on 9/11, and we lost an $8 trillion terror in response. We're losing 30 times that number every year to drug overdoses, and we hardly do anything to it. I'm going to change that. I've searched the country for the very best ideas and solutions to addiction and hopelessness. As president, the top priority for me will be to turn our nation toward recovery from this drug crisis. This is simply trying to smelting back to the roots, smelting back right behind me.
Not everybody out here is homeless. About 20% of the people that are here on the street you see actually have housing. They don't have jobs, right? They're disabled, or they're struggling with addiction or mental illness. You're lining the street and hang out. And when you hang out and you have nothing else to do, you self-medicate. You got drug dealers around the corner and on the next block all selling.
And they injected it.
Actually, more than 50% of the people out here now are smoking fentanyl oil. It's right across the street from the school. If you took away the drug dealer from the drugs, 80% of this problem goes away. But because it's so easily available and it's so cheap out here for people to access, it just creates this permanent situation where people are out here struggling with addiction. And now, because of fentanyl, 2 people are dying a day from drug overdose in this city. There goes the little thing right there. That's for someone to die. R.I.P. Black.
Activity, right?
There's been changes to state law in California, Prop 47, made it still possible to do what needs to be done.
I would have had to.
It decriminalized or reduced penalties for quality of life crimes. So, drug possession, open air drug use, shoplifting, have all been reduced to misdemeanors. So, a lot of times people just get a ticket and nothing happens to them. So, they get multiplied, And that's kind of where we're at.
Lost $100,000 in merchandise and cash.
Back in the days, like, we peel off to the side so most of you guys have just sit down right here and whatever. Some are doing dogs, some are selling, some are buying, it's just constant. And I say this is a way higher level than, anywhere that I've ever been. I think those people all around each other.
Why they were hunched over? A few different reasons. One, some of them have been affected over the time, and that's one of the side effects of fentanyl. Right? The other issue is that, if you've been on fentanyl for so long, that's part of that quick deterioration you're seeing with fentanyl. You're seeing people that are in their 20s now that look like they're 70 years old because they're using these drugs to destroy them from the inside out. Whatever chance they have of making a full recovery, which are for food, is being dropped from them.
They cage with the choice between drinking regular water and cocaine water. It almost always chooses the cocaine water and will drink it until it dies. Whereas you take the same rat and you put it in a much larger cage with siblings and family and friends, and it almost never chooses the cocaine water. My first many years of thinking about addiction, I really believed that it was all about just some personal choice and willpower of not doing this bad thing, this harmful thing that feels really good. That amazed me, that connection and community and freedom to learn and have fun and play made them not want to anesthetize themselves. Yeah, I've seen that when I look for others, I train client culture. And if you with siblings, the normal social behavior, even if the parents aren't there. And in this society, we're all just rugged individuals looking out for ourselves. I think we have a real sense of emptiness and loss and you talk a little about your personal story? Before I fell into my addiction, I was a child support officer for the city and county of San Francisco. In early 2015, I had a surgery. Sitting home from the hospital with a 30-day supply of oxycodone for the pain, and I was taking my girl every 4 to 6 hours as directed. And then one day I was in the factory. All of a sudden, I felt for all my problems, my marriage problems, my financial problems, pain, anything that was going on.
I was taking, like I was saying, about 10 to 12 oxycodone a day, and probably about, I figured it up that I was taking about 7,800 milligrams of ibuprofen in the day, and I was supposed to have 4 to 6. I told my therapist about it, and they said, well, it's too much. I said, no, you think? Because I was trying to take the physical pain, but the physical pain was not just physical pain within the body, but it was the physical pain within the mind. I was trying to numb it off.
I was away for about 3 to 4 hours. And I like that feeling. And I didn't hear more. And so the lady I know that I had within 10 days, I was ready to go. I called my doctor to try to get more. My doctor's like, what's wrong? Why are you asking for more drugs? I made a really safe decision at that point because I was starting to go withdrawal. I was nervous. And I was really obsessing about the drug. I actually looked at a lot of people working at that on the street in San Francisco. And it took me to the references a place here in this interlocal rule to get blood work. So at the peak of my addiction, I was taking 560 milligrams of oxycodone a day just to stay well, just to function. And the levy kind of broke because I was spending, $30 a day, 7, 8 milligrams a day, $110 a day, 7 days a week. But I was broke. Stop paying my mortgage. I was hiding all the debt in my life. She knew I was sick. I was still functioning. Over the next couple of years, I spiraled into a heroin addiction, then a fentanyl addiction. I was high around my kids all the time. At the time they were small, I was driving them with the influence. I got into a couple of car accidents with them in the car. I chose addiction over my whole family. Not something that I'm proud of, but it happens. It happens all the time. And I left. And I proceeded to go home. This doorway right here is where I used to sleep most of the time when I was out here. I just had 2 pieces of cardboard, a jacket, and hoodie, and got in the bed for 6 months. Did your wife, did you have any contact with your wife at that point? Well, no, she was radio coming, so I wasn't allowed to. I supported my habit through drug lifting, and eventually started holding drugs for the dealers. They would pay me drugs to hold their drugs for me. So I was holding big kid stocks filled with pretty rapid bills of heroin, baggies of meth, and crack cocaine in my pocket. And I got busted with all those drugs. After the 6th arrest, I spent 3 months in county jail where I got clean. What's your relationship with your wife today? Well, we have reconciled. A couple of years ago, we reconciled, and that's maybe the greatest financial something to get back together. So first of all, that's the thing. He gave me the opportunity to make it back in my recovery. And almost destroyed me in my family. I don't want that to happen to other people. I want to help people understand that these folks out here that you step over every day that are on the street are human beings like you. And they have it within them to recover. And we need to create those opportunities for them. We need to be there. Is there any country that's doing it right? The Netherlands is doing it right. Yeah. And what do they do?
If you look up to accident behavior, you will see hundreds of people on the street, dealers, drug addicts, in alleys and streets.
Yes, you had a late 1980s look like San Francisco today, and there were 3,000 years annually.
At this moment, we have food deaths here in Ireland. All the food. Yes,
And that's down from thousands.
it starts with the fact that everybody says, yeah, this is a problem. And you have to acknowledge that the government has to step forward. And you have to acknowledge that there's not a problem that you can solve by yourself. You need other parties than just houses. If you need peace, you need the local government. And all those parties have to work together. And you make sure that every particular drug addict is having a plan. There is no such thing as one solution because all those crimes are different. And also different. They're also different in what they need.
Some of the American mayors are operating under a conditional decision. And it says you can't remove these people from the street unwillingly.
I know that there are laws in your country that are different than ours. But from my point of view, you see a patient on the street suffering from schizophrenia, suffering from the fact that he or she is using drugs, suffering from the fact that he or she is homeless. You have to do something about it. But it's also tough one because the fact that someone is living on the street in a tent, it's not allowed. It's not allowed to use drugs on the street. You need housing corporations. You need sheltering.
One of these shelters look like Renee because that's what one of the issues in this country is the price of housing, the cost of housing.
So we have to share all kinds of sheltering because not everybody is able to live in a house. If you are housing someone who's very addicted, at some point he or she will get an overdose, so you will find the behavior of your dad. Good afternoon, just welcome for Friday.
70% of people who are in jail in the United States either have a serious mental illness, a substance use disorder, or both. When the American community mental health system was designed and developed, most people with the most acute and serious illnesses were still in the state hospitals. I think we have an obligation to every country is looking at. President Kennedy, in his last public bill, he signed the first national community mental health act. And it comes with a $3 billion authorizing act, which is a lot of money even today. But tragically, due to the president's assassination and the escalation of the Vietnam War, Congress never appropriated any money. So the states, all those people that they didn't have anything to go. And so they started coming to the street and moved to jail.
A lot of times, there's many people in our jail with mental illness and any psychiatric hospital for
Most of its population with mental illnesses that are in the criminal justice system have horrific histories of trauma, mostly sexual abuse. What happens is often people that have these histories of trauma are going to take drugs. Why? Because they feel terrible. The other kids experiment, but the kids that get addicted are generally kids with histories of trauma. If you really want to improve public safety, you have to get people with these illnesses treated. Even in a civil right about letting a man or a woman fully violate. Judge Lathan asked a good question. What if judges, police, workers, and peer counselors join forces keep drug addicted and mentally ill people out of jail and get them in the treatment instead. He brought all the stakeholders into one room, and together they created the Criminal Mental Health Project. They now work as a team to offer addicts who are arrested a deal that they can refuse. They can either enter the program or they will jail. Nearly everyone chooses the program, which means that they have to stay sober, get treatment, learn job skills, and find housing. If they meet all of those requirements, then they're able to clear their mental burdens.
We have a different approach, which is a combination of accountability and rehabilitation. We do a full assessment of the person's history, their family, their initial drug use, any trauma, and their case. It is individual. Every case is different. Every person is different. There is your mental illness and your substance abuse. You understand? Yes. Are you ready to go? Our treatment is intense. It involves individual counseling, group sessions, drug testing 3 times a week or more. Do you have children? Do you need family therapy? Don't feel bad about still having to work on yourself. We're all a work in progress. Nobody's perfect. A lot of the participants have been in active addiction so long they don't remember what it's like to not use drugs. And it's absolutely normal for you to feel depressed, anxious, confused. You're going through a process. Can you stick with me though? Everything I hear is positive. And you're really working on yourself and you're making a lot of progress. And this time around, we're going to do it different, right? This time around, we do it. I love you too. Bye-bye. You're fighting a good fight. You're here as long as it takes. We work with you, we treat you, but if you're not, then I have to let you go. How are you sad? Went to probation. We're there for 2 hours. And you cool down to the set. This is so special. You're on probation. You're having 10 years in state prison. And the last thing you forget is there's something that you need to tell me. Tell me now. Someday they walk away from the court. I'm not curious. It's too late. Seth is soft-spoken, kind, and caring. He's studied to be a chef, but a person who's in active addiction is not their true self. So in active addiction, he burglarized panels and would have continued on his journey with crime, but for this program. He needs a higher level of supervision, and I'm here to make sure that he's held accountable in the event that he doesn't complete the program.
A second line, what's that with a drug? You know, what the problem with the drug. There's nothing. There's a new case of somebody who can say how to call it. There's a on this saliva test. I'm in school right now. I have a job. You know, I have friends now. I have my family back. You know, like I have peace. You know, and I just feel like I can have those.
You are no longer a convicted felon. I wish you could. The only thing we ask here in drug court is that you pay it forward and you continue to pay it forward. That's how you deserve it. You really changed your life. You're an extraordinary person. And I would say to people everywhere, addicts are extraordinary people. Thank you.
It only takes 6 months to recover from a substance. It doesn't take that. It takes years. So there is no time.
We have peer specialists that are people who used to be part of the program now will assist some of the clients in
anyways, everybody else is in recovery. I'm in recovery. Everybody knows I'm PTSD. They know I suffer from that. I go from that. I still have things. I still have to take the medication. I still have to take the classes. I still have to do all that stuff right here. So should it be a time free for me? No. I'm just like you. I only just want, hey, I'm just nice and we can do it. You get it? I can do it. You know, he says he suffers. I do. I have post-traumatic stress disorder. I tell them all the time, you have to look through my records. You're going to be like, I'm someone who this guy. You can be like, living. I don't care what it is. How it goes. Good, eating, watching movies, or good, and watching movies. It's not true. See, that's how it works. This is what it's about. The secret sauce for us okay. The brain's primary function is to develop relationships with other people. And very well coded to develop isolation. But think about being isolated around and that contributes to your inability to move. So people come into the court. The first thing we do is assign them a peer. It helps them reestablish relationships. That's like the least expensive thing you do, right? And the peers incentivize them to want to get better because they want to have a life. Even the most broken people can reinvent themselves and become somebody they have never known. It doesn't matter if you live your life on the streets, been a lifelong drug addict, or spent your life in and out of jails and prisons. Anyone can change. I know this because I was one of those broken people. I was a self-centered, hedonistic, gun-running, drug-dealing, out-of-control drug addict and criminal for nearly 25 years. I knew what I was doing was wrong, and I knew I was prison somebody else was going to pay my rent and take care of my medical needs. So I was exploiting the public. I like to say that I was the problem, I am the solution. The day you get here, you become part of the solution. You are no longer part of the problem. Nobody's doing it for you, you're doing it yourself. It's not an expanding outline. It is truly extraordinary. It's special because it is not time. The fact that it's completely free. The fact that we don't take any money from the government at all. We generate all the revenue because then we feel we can do what's best for our students because they can stay as long as they need to. It's part of the Lewis Academy of social enterprises. Our moving company is the #1 rated moving company in the entire state of Utah. Run by ex-felons and ex-convicts. I have no business being around drugs and around my friend, drug offenses, burglaries, forgeries, all the different stuff because of the went in and out of the substation retail me sometimes. I was in heroin addict for 17 years. I couldn't get back. If your stuff wasn't bolted down or locked, I was still going to get my next fix. I had a daughter on my brains. Unfortunately, I chose drugs instead of her. Nobody is usually ready on day 30, day 60, day 90, or 2 years, day 730. Everybody is ready at a different time in their recovery journey. So we offer them as much time as they need at the Lewis Academy, and we're able to do that because we're not tethered to a government funding source. We're able to do it ourselves. So the model itself is beautiful. It helps teach them to be self-sustaining, to do it themselves. It becomes more than just about how much one can accomplish, but how well do we do it. And teaching the principles of honesty and integrity and empathy and those same principles can carry over into your daily life. And we also run 2 large boutiques. These are very large, well put together. We run Best of State, Best of Salt Lake City, with both our moving company and our boutiques. We have a construction company. What is the construction firm like? We do flat concrete work. We do basement remodels, bathroom remodels, those kinds of things. And those hard skills, I can't tell you how many people want in the construction department to learn that stuff. And we're generating revenue doing it because those impact those others. I love what I do. I love running this construction company. It's been fantastic to watch it grow, to watch the things that I mentor, we're doing that $1 million for outside customers. Lots of these organizations used to hire people with criminal backgrounds. Now they want people with criminal backgrounds. There's a list of employers that hire our graduates. They go out into the workforce. We got a job right for that. $25 to $35 I'm providing for myself.
Working in life, and people count on me. My heart is in it. I have a best friend that's my soulmate.
I was so successful. Tattoos and money and all that. The way that I feel here, the people that I have in my life. I'm so successful today. You know, at the same time, I won the lottery. So I want that opportunity for people as well. Thank you for thanking the pilot for the alternative that's been made and is on the list. I leave with my soul. I'm never afraid to tell you this because it's real. If people need to hear it, people need to understand it. This happens. The recovery is possible. Get recovery for you or for somebody else. Maybe delivery for you. There's a whole myriad of options for people. Thank you. I really do. I appreciate it. Every human being on the planet has accumulated hurts from the times they weren't allowed to fully heal. So I think of it as like a big ice chunk that we have inside us that limits our ability to function. Part of my philosophy on treating not just addiction but mental health is this idea of doing hard things, usually some kind of physical hard thing that then touches on emotional hard places too. When we try hard things, it gives us access to working on the early traumas that might push us towards addiction. I've always been an athlete, but boxing has proven to be one of the hardest sports I've ever done. As I do it, I'm noticing the limitations that come up in me that aren't based in the ways that I've been hurt before in the past. Physical violence that I've been through, injuries that I've been through, self-doubt that I carried as a result of being hurt. You do it. And then you cry about it, and talk about it, and share about it, and let that out of your body. Yeah, we're about to do some sparring. I gather. When we try hard things, it gives us access to working on the early traumas that might push us towards addiction. Perfect. Yeah, got it. That's I don't feel like I can try. A lot of times we just don't know what it's going to look like until we're in the middle of it. Because everybody's got their game. My son started his recovery journey at 17 years old. Broken arm, we had some more time at the hospital, prescription for Percocet. Within 6 months, they turned it over. His first real successful sobriety was in Horse Ranch in Washington, where he was connected to that place, was connected to nature. And during that time, we would talk all the time. And what if we could take this similar model up there that you learned with Horse Ranch, and we could kind of expand on it? I started looking for property. And I drove through the gate and knew that moment that this is what we were going to do. Welcome. Hey. Very grateful for you taking the time to show us around. They get up at 6:30 a.m. They have a morning meditation first thing in the morning. After that, they will do the morning tours. They take care of the animals. Let's go, Gandalf. Come on, buddy, come on. Let's go.
organizations take money something on the viewers. My son, 14 Los Angeles, Skid Row. Very matter. Less than 3% people make it off that.
Where is your son now?
My son, he's married and has a grandbaby. He's looking at 3.5 years of Saudi Arabia. And is getting the connection to nature outdoors and purpose that will change his life.
Oh, yeah. We're carrots, we got tomatoes over here, the squash that's getting very crowded. As well as pizza, we coming up in the Bill.
The clients in the house take the rest of us to the farmers market. And that's the needs. We provide scholarships. We're so early in the national scholarship. We got to put up the needs out here every Monday, not again. We wanted to go to West Two or go to the recovery school. So we opened a business in our space, and that's what we would do with this space. So they're growing herbs. They just planted ginger and sugar, and it's going to be great space. You know, there's something to say about farmers. I can't create a space, but I can create a space so that people grow. I can't get someone to open. I can create a space that puts an opportunity, like that same self-recovery, and it guides them along the way. But at the end of the day, it's like that.
Addiction is absolutely destroying the country. It's something I go to anybody who's in a role that seems to be working. Let's be alive to be honest.
Pretty sure almost everyone here can agree that we didn't necessarily come here in the best place in life. We all kind of burned it down to the ground in one form or another, and that feel a lot of shame. But just getting my hands in some dirt and getting the blood flowing is what changed. You know, even the worst day, is feeling like everything's going okay. Just knowing that everything that we do here is going to help people in similar situations as all of us is something that's really special. You know, the dream as youth work, we set a room for like 8 hours a day. It's dangerous out there. It's just taking out people, and it goes through another step. Step 12 is working with others. And this place really helps you with that. That can be like the glue to keep this all together. Yeah, love this place.
How good is it that I have cell phones?
I actually love not having it. You know, just it is amazing to be able to disconnect from the world for a little bit. And it forces us to connect because it's hard to get a normal person who's not an addict to understand what it's like using against your will. Like me going to the drug dealer, screaming at myself in the car, do not do this. And I know I'm going to die because I've done that once. And I know I'm going to spend every dollar at home. Yet I can't stop doing it. And there's how many people who really get to have this conversation with, except him. And go, yeah, I get that. A lot of you have been before. And there's something that you think that you're learning from this experience that is going to keep you sober this time. I'll say for one, working with farm equipment, didn't know anything about that in any other place I went to. So do you think that you might do an outdoor profession out here or career? I'd be open to that because this is building my skills for the outside world. You know, you start your day doing things, useful things. Like, I have built this. This is not my background. I've never built anything in my life. And I remember when I started college, I was very I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. I'm like, I'll build it.
They didn't name it that.
I think it's crazy because he was like, you know how many people we teach you how to use a broom or sweep for the first time? You know, and it's wild. Or use a laundry room. You know, like a washer and dryer. Or like, why it's important to make your bed in the morning. Yeah, like see, it's stuff like that. You know, it's like there's little skills that go off that you don't even think about. But also, it's like that guy, like that same kid, this same kid right here, is probably one of the most emotional, available persons I've ever met in my life. I learned to be more emotionally available to people. different walks of life. We'll hear, dude, like, I don't, like, we didn't cross paths in West Texas, like, but these people here have so much to offer me. And I love every single one of them, and that's what this place does. It brings us together as a nucleus of community and love, like we've never truly like experienced before. And it teaches me the true value of life and what people have to offer. And it's the solution is connection. And you got it right here.
You guys have any questions for me? I was told that you were in recovery. Would you want to tell a little bit about your journey?
I identified with opiates and that use during that was on my addiction. And I started doing heroin when I was 15 years old. And then I did my addiction for 14 years.
Robert Francis Kennedy was 42 years old. He just won the briefest political race in the California presidential primary.
My dad was killed when I was 14. And there was a lot of chaos in my household after that. But I feel honestly that I was born an addict. I think I was medicating various issues in my head. But the most important feature of this disease was incapacity to contract myself. I've told myself that, earnestly, sincerely, honestly, I'm never going to do that again. And that's what happened. I tried again and again to stop it as I could. I then raised a very pious Catholic household that I had read the lives of the saints every night. And I knew that there were people throughout history that they always think that was a full alcoholic and sex addict till he was 30 years old. And he had this transformation, this spiritual realignment. I knew I wanted to have this.
What guidelines am I accepting? Seriously, because I'm showing a documentary about addictions, and it's actually healing. People are looking, I just got a notice saying that I am violating the guidelines. What's bad about that? A group of guys sitting around talking about the addiction and how they overcome it. Get to go to the end. Seems to be
Spiritual awakening because I did not want to be out on the street, like not like that, struggling with the impulse. I came across a book by Carl Jung that was called Synchronicity, and the spiritual healing of the fathers is the gratitude. Like you're talking about somebody that you haven't thought about in 20 years, and that brings this that person. And he had this one experience where he was sitting with a patient and she was collecting the story about a dream she had. The photo of that dream was this parody, which is a creature that really doesn't exist in the universe. And all she's doing is the opens to it with this parody that flies in and lands this plum. And turns to him and he says, it's a way to treat it. She's like, don't do this. She has incredible time breaking his own rules. To reach in and kind of touch his own shoulder and say, I'm here. If you will receive me. So, says that he could go facing tens of thousands of people come through his hospital. That people who believe in God got better. I'm going to start believing God. If you pretend that to yourself that you believe in God, that the belief and the compliance will precede the evidence. And you will see evidence that is unlikely to that. But you have to start with the belief there's no evidence. And so that's what I started doing. I started living my life, as if there was a God up there, as if he was fighting with God, and as if I had to behave myself as if I was being watched, so that I had to kind of literally keep my compliance even before and I started breaking my day down to like 40 different decisions, and each one of them now have a role mention. I what the alarm goes off this morning. Do I just wake up and or do I stay in the input box? Do I take the man? Somebody said that that's the most important thing. That for me, that I do everything. I stay in a hotel last night. I'm in a hotel every night. I take the bed, which is insane. I just every myself to do that, right? So I took his character is the commitment. I think it's keep that commitment no matter what it is. And occasionally people have said that you're not going to do anything because they're brainwashed you. But that's what recovery I was saying for you. This is my brain what I think. I told me when I did in the first grade, I said, how long do you keep coming to these meetings? And he said, just keep coming to it like it. And I've been coming for 40 years. I still don't like it. But I go because I know that works. And I don't have that against people inside me that I'm trying to fill with things outside of me with drugs, sex, alcohol, drink, anything. I'm not going to get this morning. You know, I do it every day. I did it. For me to build character, which is, enduring. And you get that from hard work, from showing up when you say you're going to show up. You don't want it. It's a message of you to come here and not even think of it first, but also wanting to take initiative to start walking in the right direction to fix this problem. Really, always want to be at his best. Because I see the beginning of the year, he's working for president. Wow, okay, I did never get out of here. So it's awesome. I feel like it's completely swept under the rug as far as like treatment and taking it. So just hearing someone who's willing to talk about it is huge. Really, the industry in America is the perhaps rural areas are first. I'm going to bring a new industry to these forgotten corners with America. We're addicts and help each other through from their addictions. We're going to build hundreds of healing farms where American kids can reconnect to American soil, where they can put discipline and hard work that we build self-esteem, and where they can master new skills as farmers, ranchers, carpenters, furniture makers, bakers who cook, electricians, plumbers, HVAC technicians, and other trades. We're going to finance these recovery funds for the federal tax funded Western Ohio. With no time limit on recovery, as everyone's journey is different. There is no foundation to heal discouraged addiction. We just have to make it a national priority and outline the White House.
Putting the mentally ill in camp.
Oh yeah, here. And this is what he says in the and what I just showed you this video because there's no such thing as just as I was describing what kind of farm that they were talking about, it led me to the documentary. And this guy here was the one who started me on that journey rabbit hole, talking So I guess I don't have to be more with regards to what Sorry. I don't know. I was saying, I tried to say Robert RFJ Junior Kennedy Jr., but I said, yeah. Como de eso, I don't know yet. So I hope that I actually see this and realize we need to know what we're talking about. I come on and I root for things and things that other things that I come on here. I know what I'm talking about because I know what I experience. So I'm sharing my experience. And there's many others that relate to it. So it's that part, it's throwing fear into people. And it's that part of, please stop doing that. It's hard enough for people to come forward. And it's hard enough for a person to see within themselves, but it's even harder for that person to be able to have the courage to say something and then it's even harder sometimes to even make that step to ask because maybe those people have asked for help in the past, but they've asked for help from a lot of people who need to because they didn't understand themselves. Or they just, let someone say it, they just didn't care. That is also asking for help if that's what they experience. And I can feel that, but it's that part of, when we jump the gun, then we miss out on the good things because we listen to people like him and we don't check things out. And we do need a lot more places. Dude, like that place. We're supposed to be bringing, it's like I was told today that there was a hockey game and it was the state's team against the Canadian team. And 9 seconds in, they had already had 3 fights. Seriously. Like seriously. You're allowing someone to turn you on because they say it's a war between the States and Canada. To be honest, it wouldn't matter what country that behavior. Started Canada started three fights. Sure, the United States also needs to see things too. We need to turn on family and friends. But getting to you to turn on the family. How would you like to feel with that phone? And somebody who's doing to you what you do to others. See, coming in here tonight, I wasn't expecting that video. I was just going to read about just two articles for a day. Spirit guided me. So you want to call people in already because you say that it's taxes. No, they are stealing, but in the end, what ends up happening is we are doing it to ourselves. We're allowing them to manipulate our mind. That's being on the streets. They turn them into criminals and then blame them. They're responsible for their actions, yes. But it's that part that we need to start looking at circumstance. It's not that the systems are broken. The systems were never built for people. They were built for self-gratification and selfishness. It's the systems need an attitude adjustment. When I say attitude adjustment, it's a different way of looking at it. not just European glass, but more of a telescopic, so that you can see between the cracks of who got left between the cracks, because you know that it should be between the cracks. So next time you call a drug addict, well, ask yourself the question before you, how would you feel about that? Some people don't want to sit with that. Those same people that maybe are on the streets now, maybe they thought the same thing. You know, but it can happen to those worthless person. Because you want to, you know, he hides all his money. So, you know, all the great things that they're doing. You might want to look at what they're writing. So, do I see wrong with the, I don't use marijuana? Do I see anything wrong with them legalizing it? No. And like, the reason why I don't see anything wrong with them legalizing it is because proceeds from it are wanting to be sent to the, like the taxes for Canada that since what was it 2018 or thereabouts, 17, 18, 19, whenever they legalized marijuana in Canada, my question is, where did the tax money go? Right now, my body just feels light, but at the same time, it's like buzzing and numb. It's just expanding. watched the documentary that I just watched with regards to the healing farms that RFK Jr. is talking about.
This is a
Recovering America, a film about healing our addictions. Crisis. So, you know, you need to start putting yourself in other people's shoes before you start this, asking yourself, if you're in that situation, how would you want people to treat you? Mental conflict. So mental conflict. We're all in mental conflict right now. So mental conflict. That's what we're in right now with regards to the whole who's right, who's wrong, who, like, what parts of you to believe and not believe, what experiences to accept or not accept, what choices to make. So when you go into the mental conflict, it takes you into your third eye, where you begin to see the you get to see the honesty and push back in your fun. You have to have patience, because when you don't have patience and you try to push something, in a lot of in cases you can actually push it further away. Pushing it further away. You need to make a plan. To see the fork in the road you missed. See, people interpret when you see a fork in the road, people interpret it as being to the side of the road, which actually fork in the road. Four prongs like the four rivers to go to positive movement forward, and it has the water. So you have like between the middle of the two prongs in the center. Nice, okay. And that would be the road less traveled. Movement, choices, decisions. I guess I just explained that there. So, and go to the wisdom of all the knowledge that you learn from being able to go in the third eye in that mental filing cabinet and having the patience for yourself to be able to move forward in a positive way. And that it's like when you come to that fork in the road, you don't take that way or you don't take those ways, those other two ways. You go up the middle, you go up the space of the air, which you could process the four rivers of water, going up the middle of the water. And then you arrive at your destination. So you're going with the flow to your destination. So with that being said, sending you all much love, light, many blessings, both before they I'm getting I'm getting to hear hello. Some people go by the ball. Their riches will not last, and their wealth will not endure. Their possessions will no longer spread across the read it for wisdom. The ones that are profiting from the poverty of the people, the ongoing pain and suffering in mental sessions will no longer be seen with the horizon. Sessions would be agreed. Damn, Coimbatore é turista. That being said, I'm sending you over slow like, oh, many blessings, most really very good help to anyone and everyone who wants to willing to receive yourself. Which all be faithful and good to yourself. Be okay with yourself. True to yourself and true to others. Be kind to yourself and others. And know that you have more strength than you can possibly need. No self-part of the simplicity says as being what it actually is without looking at it. And I'm not saying that just go down that rabbit hole to something that resembles that and just see it